Well, good afternoon, good evening, good night. It's probably more like it. How's everybody doing out there? Hopefully you guys can hear me fine. Give me a 5x5, 5x9, LNC, Lima Charlie, if you can hear me okay. I think I've got previous audio issues kind of figured out. And tonight I've got windows open in the station, so you might hear some machinery in the background like right now. Maybe, maybe not. And it's a nice night tonight where I'm at. Seeing some 5x6s. Yeah, so tonight I just wanted to create a space for a lot of you all to be able to come congregate, chat amongst yourselves, stuff like that. We're not going to get too crazy. I'm probably going to spout off on a few topics. We've got the radio in the background, and we are transitioning, at least I am transitioning for the time being, to move from monitoring the events in the Ramadan War, or Operation Epicurus, whatever you want to call it, to some of the domestic crashing out and finger pointing now that the opinions of everyday Americans are starting to finally break through the swamp firewall and get into Washington. Not that they haven't, they were just purposefully ignored because they were overshadowed by money and influence from, we'll just call it a particular entity that has more hold on the big levers of our country than what many of us would like to admit to ourselves. Deep, deep-rooted power. One of the things we're going to find out in the coming week or two, probably less than that, is who really is in charge over there. And when I mean over there, I mean by the Potomac, in the District of Columbia. Who is in charge over there? The people that are in charge over there don't all have an address in the United States, I'm afraid, crew. So that's going to become painfully obvious in the weeks to come. It already is to some. It already is to me. Way too much foreign influence into the decision-making and control of our military. It's sad. And the crash out is so bad up there right now that we've got Truth Social posts attacking people in the media that knew how this was going to pan out ahead of time. People that dared to say this was a bad idea, and there was a reason why it's not done, and the reason we shouldn't do it. Yeah, all those people are getting attacked now. And do I agree 100% with a whole bunch of them? No, I don't. I vary greatly on what I believe from them, grain of salt type of thing. But I will be 100% transparent. And some of you may not like to hear this, but from what I see and observe and some of the things that I believe because of observation and study of history and study of human nature and study of communication, one of the best people that has the interests of the United States as a nation and its people in its heart, and I don't care what else you might have heard, this is my humble opinion, from my observation, one of the best people to speak on the stuff that's going on and speak out against it is Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is more of a benchmark for journalism and American ideals and America first, in my opinion, than what the political MAGA movement ever was. You have to judge political movements, politicians, by their actions and the end results of their policies and decisions. You can promise everything under the sun, but if the result is the opposite of what you promise, it's one of two things. You either lied, or you're so incompetent you couldn't get from A to B, from promise A to the fulfillment of that promise, result B, because of incompetence. It's one or the other. There's an old saying, don't necessarily ascribe maliciousness when incompetence will do. So however you want to slice it, things that were promised, the end results are opposite. So the crash out is so bad, we had to trot out the First Lady today. And I'll let you listen to, if you haven't heard it already, I'll let you listen to her whole statement here from C-SPAN. But that's how bad the crash out is, crew. We're going from the last couple weeks to now this. So I'll let it speak for itself.
Welcome to Survivor 50.
Feels like a high school reunion meets a massacre.
Melania Trump gave a statement denying ties to the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Here are her complete remarks.
Good afternoon. The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell. My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a trivial note. I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998. This initial encounter with my husband is documented in detail in my book, Melania. The first time I crossed paths with Epstein was in the year 2000 at an event Donald and I attended together. At the time, I had never met Epstein and had no knowledge of his criminal undertakings. Numerous fake images and statements about Epstein and me have been circulating on social media for years now. Be cautious about what you believe. These images and stories are completely false. I'm not a witness or a named witness in connection with any of Epstein's crimes. My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI interviews surrounding the Epstein matter. I have never had any knowledge of Epstein abuse of his victims. I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island. I have never been legally accused or convinced of a crime in connection with Epstein's sex trafficking, abuse of minors, and other repulsive behavior. The false smears about me from mean-spirited and politically motivated individuals and entities looking to cause damage to my good name, to gain financially and climb politically, must stop. My attorneys and I have fought these unfounded and baseless lies with success and will continue to maintain my sound reputation without hesitation. To date, several individuals and companies have been legally obligated to publicly apologize and retract their lies about me, such as Daily Beast, James Carville, and HarperCollins, UK. Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone. Several prominent male executives resigned from their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized. Of course, this doesn't amount to guilt, but we still must work openly and transparently to uncover the truth. I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony. Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the congressional record. Then, and only then, we will have the truth. Thank you.
Secretary Lutnick to continue serving.
Tonight,
The doors close, and that's all there is to say about that. So, lots of half-truths in there. Yeah, come full circle. We needed Operation Epicurious to touch off, to get away from the PDF files. Now we need the PDF files to get away from and distract from the abject failure of Operation Epicurious. Crazy world we live in, crew. Crazy world. So discuss among yourselves for a little bit. I'm going to be hopping in and out of the stream. I'm going to purposely try and take some breaks between commentary so I don't get too fired up, but there's a few more things that I'm going to talk about tonight. And in the meantime, I'll have 11175 up, see if we can catch any HFGCS traffic, stuff like that. And I won't let it interrupt me too much, but in the interim, This is space for you guys to hang out, chat, and I'll be back. Okay, hi guys, I'm back. Like I said, I'll have to step away from the stream intermittently at times. Seeing some good comments in there, guys talking amongst yourselves. Let me do this. It's been a couple weeks since I talked to y'all. I have a take that you're probably not going to hear very often, or typical in the mainstream when it comes to Iran, when it comes to the Persian people, and why things are happening the way they are, why this happened in the first place. And I've had extreme difficulty explaining it to people. So all I can do is try again, like from the top. So those of you that can hear me right now, understand my take on it a little bit better, and how I think about this whole arrangement. So causes and effects. Let me start there. Causes and effects. The nation of Israel wants to expand. It's a Zionist goal. It's in the public forum. You can find it easily. It's not this conspiracy. It's a goal that they have, and it's mapped out, and it's been mapped out for decades, and it can be found even earlier in before Israel was even a nation, before they carved their borders from the nation of Palestine in the 40s, that the early Zionist leaders in Europe had an idea of the territory they wanted to possess, take back for the nation of Israel going into the future. So it's not some crazy conspiracy. Anybody can find it. So that automatically, now, if you fast forward to the current time, will put it in conflicts with its neighbors naturally. It will be in constant conflict to try and push its borders, displace peoples, and displace tribes, ethnic groups, whatever you want to call them, from that area, or have to subjugate them. And that is why that's why Israel's fighting a 7-front war, and they bragged about it and all that. They're actively working on the greater Israel Zionist expansionist goals. So naturally, that's going to butt up against any nations or tribes or peoples that have any semblance of power and can defend themselves. The Turks, the Persians, any of that. The number one thing that has helped the Israelis has been the fact that most of these Middle East nations were carved up in Sykes-Picot, and an agreement after World War I, basically, that fractured a lot of people and gave a new-ish national identity to a lot of them. But that doesn't transcend tribe, that doesn't transcend family ties, that doesn't transcend religious groupings between the Shia and the Sunni and the other various religions that are, sprinkled out all throughout that. Those borders, the Middle East is one of the few places in the world where the people that live there didn't get to pick their borders. There's been fights back and forth to move them around a little bit, but for the most part, they didn't get to pick those lines on the map. And that's why that whole area continues to this day to be a mess, is because the lines of the nations don't have any bearing on the age of the peoples that live there. So you're always going to have conflict. We needed to be the muscle against one of the key pillars standing in the way of that aim, which is Iran. It's been coming for decades and for years. And you could see it forming. And the current nation of Iran, the current government, the current structure with the IRGC, the Ayatollahs, the Assembly of Experts, all that stuff is relatively new to Persia since the 70s. It really, in the grand scheme of the timeline of the Persian nation, of Iran, hasn't been around really all that long. And I'm trying not to dive into the weeds or let personal feelings get the best of me too much, but you could honestly say, I'm going to mute the radio because it's just going to crackle and snap, crackle, and pop while I'm talking and distract me. But you could step back from me and say, with a traditional American understanding of things and traditional viewpoints, I shouldn't say traditional, I should say widespread, common, popular viewpoints in some circles, that it's only black and white. You can't possibly be against the United States and Israel wiping out the Iranians. If you're not for that, then you're pro-mullah, you're pro-terrorist, you're pro all the bad things, and you have no idea what freedom is, you have no idea what liberty is, and you're just anti-American and all that. So I've been accused of being pro-mullah, pro-Alatoya, whatever. I'm not. It's very simple. I'm an American. I want what's best for the United States and her people. And secondly, after that, I'm from Earth. I want what's best for my fellow humans all around the globe. Okay? It's real simple. Our planet is hurtling through space, and we have a thin collection of gas that separates us from the cold, void, lifeless vacuum of space. We're on a spaceship. It's a giant rock with some gas hanging on it, but it's a spaceship nonetheless. And when you're on a spaceship, you don't tear up other parts of the damn ship to help other people in other parts of the ship. You all take care of each other. So let me say it again. I'm an American first and foremost. I want what's best for the United States and her people. I'm a human. I don't want wanton death and destruction. I don't care for whatever reason you might claim. Yes, there's going to be differences. There's going to be opposition. I'm not a borderless, complete border, open border freak or anything like that, but within reason. And some of the things that have upset me in the past couple weeks is the same tired, brain-dead, uninformed, uneducated tropes being thrown around so you can dehumanize and desensitize yourself to the slaughter of your fellow humans for no other reason than for sand and oil. Think about that. Other people with agendas throw these poisonous mind trap ideas out there into the ether, into social media, into mass media, and people gobble it up, slurp it up, get behind their cult. And yes, that's what most ideological movements are if you're completely diehard and single-minded. The zombie apocalypse already happened. Preppers out there. The zombie apocalypse was the zombifying of American minds. And that's already come and gone, and it laid waste to the American populace. You've got people running around voting that don't have two brain cells to rub together anymore for multiple reasons. So I'm not pro-IRGC. What makes me upset about this whole journey is that it has absolutely zero benefit to the American people. Despite what anyone may claim, Iran is not the number one state sponsor of terror. Anyone that can go back through history, let me put it this way. When you have people telling you that Iran is the number one state sponsor of terror, that tells you one thing. It tells you many things, but it can be grouped into one thing. They have no clue about global terrorism, the terrorist groups that make up quote-unquote global terrorism, who and what and why terrorists attacked, where and when. No clue. Has Iranian forces and Iranian proxy groups attacked American forces previous to this Operation Roaring Lion, Operation Epic Fury, Ramadan War? Yes, they have. But you can't stop there. You have to say why. You have to ask why. And I'm not making excuses for the deaths of Americans in the past, but at the same time, we were in places we shouldn't have been at times we shouldn't have been, doing things we shouldn't have been doing, risking American blood for sand and oil. But let me get back to where I stand on things. What really makes me mad and upsets me about this whole thing was we were likely, the world, the Persians, the Iranians, were likely one generation away from flipping over the Ayatollahs, the mullahs, and the IRGC. Their populace was tired of it. Their populace was tired of the sanctions, tired of the economic dwindling, the isolation from the Western world. Now with the strait closed, people that think that's all sand and huts and mud huts and all that BS in those countries, now they can feel, well, you haven't felt it yet here in America, it's coming. The Australians and some of the Europeans and the British are starting to feel it now because they're closer in the pipeline than what we are. But you can see how much goods and raw material and industry is in that area. It's not all a bunch of Americans and British running around. A lot of them are owned by American and British interests, but that is a civilization. Iran is, by most accounts in the archaeological record, pretty close to, I think they're number 2 as far as the oldest civilization in the world. 6,500 years old. The 1,000 tribes of Persia. I think only record-wise India is older. You're not going to conquer those people. And what we did as the American leaders and Mossad is we loaded the front of the hopper instead of leaving it alone. In one generation, you probably would have seen an immense thawing and a soft revolution in Iran, but we're the young punk on the street corner paired up with the even younger, greedier, nastier punk, and we forced through a psychological operation on the grassroots, on the young people of Persia, to stand up and get slaughtered because the time wasn't right to do that in any way, shape, or form. The sentiment was there, which is why it worked and why it led to thousands of young Persians getting killed by going out and protesting. But if we would have left it alone and had an idea, any sense of the idea of societies, the rest of the world, an ounce of patience, there was no threat to the United States from the nation of Iran. The only things they were responding to was our presence, and you don't have to like research it real heavy or dive real deep into geopolitical events. Just put the shoe on the other foot. What would the United States do if another power on parity with it that could threaten its civilization, its population, built a dozen bases all around its borders and filled it up with lethal aircraft? How would we respond to that? Well, exactly like the Iranians have been over the last decade responding to it. Or even better, a foreign power of parity overthrow our government and institute a puppet master. Would you, the American citizen, be cool with that? Because we did that in the 50s, and it was obvious to everybody, and that's how the Islamic mullahs got into power in the first place, because we diddled around with their government at the highest levels and put in a puppet for oil, British oil at the time. Now, I've said it before on my channel. Well, they're going to get a nuclear weapon. Da, da, da. We killed in the opening hours of the operation their pope, who had, and I say pope so Christian-minded people can get it as far as level of importance. We killed their pope that had a religious edict against the use of nuclear weapons for any reason. So we screwed up the world's chance, Mossad, and with the United States going along with it, we screwed up the world's chance at the softening, soft revolution that probably would have happened within a generation, because those young people that died, if they wouldn't have been killed in psyops from the West, would have grown up. Some of them would have gotten into different offices, gotten into political office, been elected here. It would have been an upward push, and they would have brought their sentiments with them. So that's why I'm against it. Because we shot ourselves in the foot because of impatience, for greed, and other reasons. So that's why. All right, give me a break. I got to go take care of a process. I'll be back in a little bit. Talk amongst yourselves.
station. On station. This is operation. Operation break. Mike. Tango. Zulu. Whiskey. Golf. Golf. Stand by. Mike. Tango. Zulu. Whiskey. Golf. Golf. Stand by. Mike. Tango. Zulu. Whiskey. Golf.
All right, I'm cracking open a Yangling. I don't know about you all, but suds time. Oh yeah. What y'all want to talk about tonight, anyway? Crash out's been on my mind. You're gonna see all kinds of people suddenly voice, go against the ideological cult. And when I mean ideological cult, I'm talking about both sides. Left, right, the never-ending gravitational vote well, influence well. It is the Libertarian Party. None of them have any answers, unfortunately. So, no easy solutions on the table, guys. And we're going to be in about another week. Survival is going to get a whole lot harder in the United States. It's going to be tough and rough for a while. And unless anything major happens, well, put it this way, my current concern is that our friends with the little hats are going to end up trying to force public sentiment, because there is none right now, into going back to airstrikes and potentially ground incursion back to Iran with the Iranian journey. Because right now that's done. So much support has been lost, and it's the sentiment has reached the people that have ears inside the Beltway, that unless something like that happens, a T attack, we're done there. And it's interesting because the spread between no plan and all the Iranians had to do was so far, it didn't matter if there was 10 aircraft carriers there. It really didn't. Because you can airstrike till you're blue in the face. It does not win on the ground. Hello, Leslie. Yeah. That's why I took a week off. Not only to reflect, I took maybe 2 weeks off. But yeah, I've built a whole bunch more spaces to grow food, and got a whole bunch more stuff while it's cheap. It's going to be, diesel is the lifeblood. Diesel fuel is the lifeblood of commerce globally. And I think that's like $5.15 or something at the pump. Right now. So, and here's the other thing too that most common commenters get wrong. It's not necessarily WTI, Brent crude, that you should watch, because that's paper. That's the paper market. And it swung wildly on the news of the ceasefire and all that kind of stuff. But what you want to watch, as far as where things actually are, is delivered Brent. And it's 130 something a barrel right now. At least I think it is. Let me see if I can find it. But that's what you're seeing, and the reason for that is there's other petrochemical and market experts that are a whole lot better at explaining this than what I'm about to probably do. But there's a gap, there's a small delta between what refiners pay for fuel at wholesale Brent, and then there's the gap in the time the price reaches you. Like, they can buy it for a certain price actual, but then when they refine it, they're free to sell it at delivered price. And that's the difference between what you see at the pump and then what you see on the market paper is that delta. And that's why even though WTI crude can hover around 95 bucks a gallon or whatever, you're actually seeing $4.30 at the pump. And I probably messed up that explanation, but there's a disparity, and if it doesn't make sense to you, that's why. It's because everyone looks at WTI paper crude, and what you really need to look at is Brent crude, where it's at. And that's going to interrupt so much stuff. Let's see, delivered Brent crude real time here. June 2026 paper crude trading at 96.91. I don't know why they hide it. Why do they hide that? I know it's a different price. Physical dated Brent. Sorry, I misspoke. Not delivered's the wrong terminology. Physical dated Brent is assessed at plus $120 per barrel. So yeah, it's like in between $120 and $130 a barrel on what they're actually getting. Yeah, shipping, delivery times. I faced that myself with my own business. They tell you it's 48 hours and it turns into 96. And that's because they're trying to do, it's algorithm delivery route grouping. And they're trying to squeeze every last bit of diesel out of that FedEx truck or UPS truck or Amazon truck or whatever it is. And they're letting a algorithm decide. Fertilizer input. All that stuff. That's all going to be impacted here. And that's why the crash out is happening. And that's why there's going to be a huge earthquake politically in this country. And people are going to swing back to the other cult to try and fix it. And it won't fix a damn thing. We'll be in the same boat. It was going to be rough, and since I'm free spinning here, freewheeling, drinking my Yingling. Military objective wise. I think I let that trail off before I started talking about oil prices, but all Iran had to do is wait us out. Maximum whatever length of term that Trump has. And then the muscle man goes away. That's all they had to do is survive. And they're not worried about their Air Force being disabled, the little bit of a, Navy presence that they had. None of that stuff mattered because they weren't planning on using it against us anyway. That was all for localized, kind of, sort of defense. But those traditional forces didn't matter because they're fighting asymmetrically. They're shooting you in the wallet. And all you have to do is land enough direct hits on the wallets of Americans, and then the current seat of power will change. in the next election cycle. The midterms. Actually, the Iranians probably figured they only have to make it to the midterms, and then T-Man, no matter what Bibi asks for, is mostly going to be hamstrung. The D Blue Congress, if this kept going and the pain kept being delivered, which is still going to come in some form, they would have found a spine. And T-Man would have been lame duck. And that would have been that. And it already is going to be that, because the first couple small spikes of pain have already started to arrive, and he definitely shot himself in the foot by mocking true Make America Great Again concerns like affordability. I don't know if you guys remember that, when he mocked the affordability crisis. Yeah. Well, all those that were complaining about affordability earlier this year, last year, they haven't seen anything yet. Have not seen anything yet. And how to fix it, short of being put on a very serious list, I can't tell you that, if you get my meaning. Because it's a whole mess of people. So you're just going to have to do the best you can, crew, to survive and ride this out and keep your wits about you. I've said it before on this stream or on this channel. We're looking at a real possibility of famine going into 2027 in the United States. And the funny thing about our version of capitalism is, you know, some countries have to put on restrictions and do rationing and lock stuff up, you know, and do, you know, the coupon cards and stuff like that. Capitalism has a built-in effect for rationing, and it's called price. The price will ration the products. So another way of saying that, there'll be food in the grocery stores, but many people will not be able to afford it and can't afford it now. But there'll be food there. You just won't be able to buy very much. And that'll be the rationing. So you'll never see, we're going to ration this, that, or the other. You know, like even in the 70s, you know, that caused so much social upheaval. Odd and even ending license plate numbers to get your fuel. No, it'll be rationed via price. Yeah. So it's not too late to butter up your local, you know, cattle farmer, beef farmer. All that, I saw a story not all that long ago, that giant fire that happened in Oklahoma, how much grazing land that took out, and the drought and the weather last year. It's just there's too many factors of a really bad equation piling up to not equal some really bad times. But yeah, the crash out. You're seeing Tucker Carlson. Let me find T-Man's True Social posts. Some of you probably already seen that. The ramen queen. You know the best trick about ramen that I've figured out? got here on my station desk. Not that I eat a whole lot of ramen, but I do eat a lot of ethnic foods. If I get some ethnic food that's bland, find you some sweet and spicy bang bang seasoning. It's limited time, but you can find it in Wally World every now and then. But man, does that pack a punch. It's good stuff. You can take plain like chicken or pork ramen noodles, get you a good dusting of the old bang bang sprinkle powder on there. Whoo, Billy! It turns pork ramen into almost like medium Thai level spice. It's good. Sprinkle that on everything. I sprinkle it on my wounds. Kidding. Yeah, everybody that had helped foist the T-Man on high is now abandoning ship. Alex Jones, Joe Rogan, Tucker, but Tucker's been gone from the MAGA train for a long time. And that's the thing with language. MAGA, left in the hands of the current leadership, doesn't mean MAGA. It's the opposite of it. So, whatever it takes to get over the brainwashing of the cult, you got to do it to yourself. I mean, you know, how much evidence do you need to see, really? Let's see if I can find that. Where is it at now? Got so much stuff. There it is. So, True Social post from the T-Man. I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Alex Jones have been fighting me for years. Most of those people put him on a pedestal. Especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror. What does that tell you right there? To have a nuclear weapon. Because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it. And everyone else knows it too. Look at their past. Look at their record. Well, these stupid low IQ people all went to bat for you during the election. Dumbass. They don't have what it takes. They never did. All about they've been thrown off of television, lost their shows, aren't even invited to TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Yeah, some of them are grifters. I think grifting is a big part of the social media personality sphere. If you're watching this live stream, you'll notice that there has not been any ads. I make nothing from doing this. But anyway. They have third-rate podcasts. Third-rate podcasts. I think Candace has Candace, Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, all millions of viewers. Way more than the average, mainstream media outlets anymore. So this is just bullshitting you. I think these posts, I'm not going to read the whole thing. It's just red meat for those that are still in the cult, that can't think their way out of what's going on. There's 3 levels to a cult. I was reading about this the other day too. There was basically three dimensions, or three groups of people in a cult. And long story short, we're at group 2 of 3, the end of group 2 of 3, peeling off the current MAGA cult. So all that's left, and even those numbers are probably dwindling now, is the true diehard, ride or die, 2 brain cells to rub together cult members. That's all that's left. And there's nothing that can happen to them. They will assign blame somewhere else outside of the cult in order to justify whatever's happening to them. You know, it won't be the fault of the decisions of the dear leader. It'll be someone else's fault. So appropriate your efforts with your peers wisely. Some people are just not gonna, what's the old saying? It's easier to fool someone than convince someone that they were fooled. And I'm not all about being arrogant to anyone. People can make mistakes. People can change their minds. They can have change of hearts. They can come around. But if they don't, they're still, at the end of the day, in many cases, your family members, your neighbors, fellow Americans. So resist the temptation to dehumanize anyone because they're lost. I don't want to condone any arrogant feelings toward anyone. Failure is the best teacher. That's for sure. So everyone, a lot of people are going to get a hard lesson in believing politicians. I'm going to get another Yangling, I think, so hang on one second. Yeah, I'm just trying something here, guys. Can you guys still hear? Let me know in the chat if you can still hear the music in the background. Like if it's real light or if it feels like if it's too loud and you can't hear me talking over it. Just curious. No music? All right, let me... Still playing with some of the audio things. Let me turn that up to that. Negative 19 decibels. Low, low, low. Low, low, low. Oh, perfect. Now you can hear it. A little loud, but not too much. Okay. Cool. Let me back it down just a little bit. Something like that. Now it probably disappeared. Oh yeah. Nothing like that crack on a Thursday night. Yeah, farm food, real food is good food. That is for sure. Yeah, squash bread, fried squash. It is good. I forget what they call it though. There was some Eastern Indian tribes that had a name for it. But yeah, I've had that before at different powwows. I like going to the local area where I'm at has always attracted a lot of Native American tribes because I am within driving distance of Cahokia Mounds, which is an ancient monolithic site. Oh, Vane. Vane, you haven't missed much, buddy. Just me ranting and raving about Persia. No, pemmican's different. Pemmican's, meat, berries, dried a certain way, are completely naturally dehydrated. But it's not fry bread. I said that wrong. They made a bread-like dealio with squash. But yeah, I've been to quite a few powwows out at Cahokia Mounds. Different tribes would come out and they would hold gatherings and stuff like that. That was open to the public. That was always a good time. Let's see if I can find. And I always garden with the three sisters: corn, beans, and squash, and they all help each other out. Seminole pumpkin fry bread, fried squash, Native American fried squash bread. So it had a cornmeal component to it. Traditional Lakota Sioux tribe squash bread recipe. Three Sisters fry bread recipe. So yeah, I guess I wasn't too far off. It was a form of fry bread with the squash. Cherokee raised, oh. Interesting. Oh, thank you, Sharon. I'm just giving you guys a space and ranting about different things. Trying to make clear. Hopefully you guys understand now where I'm at with. I'm not a anti-American Ayatollah lover. I have always wanted to travel to Iran, but I've traveled in the Middle East before. I've been to Egypt and Jordan, and I never felt threatened there. And I know other travelers, from less confrontational countries like New Zealand and stuff like that have traveled to Iran. And Abdul's not waiting there with a sword to cut your head off. It's such a misunderstanding between some of the things that we've had to fight back, which sadly enough, going back to the 60s and 70s, some of them were our own creation. And here's another thing. You guys have all heard the Obama cash to the Iranians, the plane loads of cash and all that stuff. It's used as a put down to Obama, and for all the faults that Obama had, there's a context behind that, behind the plane loads of cash, what was going on there. And it was sold to American minds as a bribe, whatever, but there was actually very serious negotiations for the future relationship between Iran and the United States going on during that time, and the context around it is left out purposefully. But believe it or not, those plane loads of cash was a goodwill gesture by Obama to pay the Iranians back for, believe it or not, F-14 contract purchases that the United States never delivered on in the 70s because of the revolution there. And Iran was like a month away from winning in the IMF court or something like that, or some international court, and for basically non-obligation of a contract from the American side. We obviously never sent that stuff over there, but the Iranians paid for it, and we didn't deliver the product. And then the revolution happened, and relations fell apart, hostage crisis and all that. So the context is important. That's a valid trade claim that Obama worked to undo. He didn't take plane loads of cash over there just for the heck of it. It was to stop a judgment in the International Monetary Court, I think it was. But you never hear that part of the story. And I'm not an Obama fan by any means. I think he opened the door to a lot of harmful economic policies and healthcare issues and stuff like that now we can't dig our way out of. It only seems like we dig deeper in. But, context is important. That's a huge understatement. Certain things happen because of real concrete occurrences, and then the narrative gets shifted in order to twist your mind one way or another. So I don't know why that came to mind, but yeah. It wasn't a bribe. It wasn't a payoff. It was because we failed to deliver on a contract that is internationally recognized. And Obama did that to keep the spirit of negotiations at that point, to find some common ground going. Imagine what our kids will read about. You know, if the news is this bad now, imagine how bad history is. Imagine that. All right, we got some comms happening, light comms. So we'll turn off the music for that. Turn that audio back up and see, it's going to be scratchy, so guard your ears.
Tango, Zulu, Whiskey, go, go, stand by, message follows. Mike, Tango, Zulu, Whiskey, go, go. Delta, Echo, 3, Papa, Golf, Zulu, Sierra, Kilo, X-Ray, Whiskey, Uniform, Delta, Echo, Quebec, Kilo, November, Oscar, Romeo, Delta, I'm ready again. Mike, Tango, Zulu, Whiskey, Golf, Golf, Foxtrot, Yankee, Echo, Hotel, Delta, Echo, 3, Papa, Golf, Zulu, Sierra, Kilo, X-Ray, Whiskey, Uniform, Delta, Echo, Quebec, Mike, Kilo, November, Oscar, Romeo, Delta. This is Tight End out.
Yeah, I warned you guys it was going to be scratchy. Sorry about that. That's why I've got the squelch set so high. I don't anticipate a lot of Stratcom communications during this point because everyone's in a waiting game. Everyone's in the waiting game, trying to figure out what the circular firing squad in Washington is going to be doing. Yeah, Sharon, sometimes, and Sherry, sometimes it takes 100 years for the truth to come out. But everybody will believe the lie in the meantime. That's the sad part. That's the sad part. Yeah, that's what I got upset about a couple weeks ago in a place I shouldn't have, Leslie. I kind of got upset and voiced my opinion, and it was inappropriate for me to do that, and I had since apologized. I shouldn't have done it in that forum. I should have done it here on my own channel, railed, not by name, of course, but they're doing the best they can. But you know, I could easily throw up some info panels and read to you guys from Twitter, news stories from Twitter, but I think that's why many of you are here, is you can find that in other places. I think you want someone to try to break it down, peel the layers back with some of the experience and skill that I have, let you know what's actually going on and what's coming. And of course, it's my opinion. I can't help that part of it, so you're going to get some soil bias because of my experience, my life experience, and the experiences I've had. But yeah, it's a lot of people can read to you. I'm trying to do something else here. I'm trying to not necessarily influence you, but just give you a different perspective. Maybe you can think about things a little bit different. Market close day tomorrow, so the buzz is going to be heavy all over the place of what's going. Yeah, it's going to be. There's still so much twist and fog about different events, the pilot rescue, whether a ceasefire is actually taking place, the 10-point plan that was agreed to and then not agreed to, and then they're not holding up their end of the bargain. It's bad faith, and yeah. Like I said earlier tonight, my concern is shaping operation needs to take place for the American public to get back on board. Something they were never on board for in the first place as a majority. Because people want to just see their kids be able to thrive and have some success in life and afford to eat decent and not have taxes gobble them up from head to tail. We don't want all this. Most Americans, the reason why I think most Americans don't watch a lot of this stuff, geopolitical events and stuff like that, is they've got no bandwidth for it. And they're just trying to concentrate on living their own life and having a few, going to Applebee's for a couple beers on a Saturday and then back to work. That's all they got. Keep their head above water. It's really sad. It's not the American dream we're supposed to be having. But unfortunately, you've always had to kind of be asleep to believe that stuff. It was true in the 50s, post-World War II, prosperity. But post-World War II also made a whole mess of problems. That order, every world order will generate its own pros and cons. And we're watching in real time the shift of another world order away from the Americas. I hate to say it. I wish it wasn't the case. But we're shifting away from Western Europe and the Americas back to Asia as far as the power dynamics of the globe. And we'll see its effects in our lifetimes, and our kids are going to have to figure out how to deal with it. We're going to have to help shape their minds to live in that reality. Because the train is coming. One person I probably should apologize to specifically. Hopefully she watches. Hopefully she watches my live streams from time to time. She had to take a break from the other channel. Was the Mama Eagle, because I was mostly talking with her, not at her. My frustration wasn't aimed directly at her, but we were principally the two talking at the time when I spouted off, and I want to apologize to her and tell her that what I was saying at the time was not directed at her and what she was doing, but just in general, and I hope she understood that at the time. So if you see in the future that one, let her know to watch this stream. Okay, we're coming up on 2 hours, 5 minutes of the live stream. Is there anything that you guys are wondering about in particular? Or anything you want to tell me? You want to tell me I'm flat wrong and don't know my ass from a hole in the ground with all this stuff? Because I learn from criticism too. And we can explore it together. We can explore the hole in the ground together if you want to. Because I could dive into the weeds on a particular topic. God is my hero. You probably, yeah, I forgot to answer your question. I'm sorry. What did you plant in your garden? I haven't actually planted anything yet. The rule of thumb in this area is to wait to plant anything until after Mother's Day, because you're always at risk for frost. So what I did over the last week was I built out new raised bed spaces in every patch of sunlight that I have, and I live on a wooded lot, so it's kind of tough. I'm probably gonna have to cut some stuff down to make some raised in, but that's what I did. And when I do plant, it'll be corn, beans, squash, snap peas, cabbage, lettuce, onions, peppers. I'm gonna go absolutely nutso this year, and I'm gonna make a whole bunch of spaghetti sauce, maters, potatoes. What is that church soul music? I've got greens, beans, maters, potatoes, tomatoes, all that. Yeah, so I'm just going to plant anything that's going to sprout, and then I'm also teaching my family too all the native stuff. We've got a lot of cattails in our local area, pokeberry, which is more medicine than food, but it's out there, and just trying to brush up on my native plants too. Yeah, we got a lot of thistle that just pops up naturally. You know, I let all that stuff grow in my yard. My neighbors, you know, I don't really have neighbors, but people that come over probably scratch their heads, you know, the ones that have the true green lawns and stuff like that. It's like, why you got all that? Why you let all that trash grow in your yard? It's like half of that shit's food. People don't realize you can eat dandelions. Yeah, I like rosemary. I like rosemary on chicken. So I grow a lot of rosemary. I make a lot of sun tea in the summertime, and I grow mint and wintergreen and stuff like that. And I'll usually I usually crush up a whole bunch of mint and put that in the sun tea. You don't have to use as much white sugar to make it sweet. So I do a lot of that in the summertime when it's too hot for coffee, stuff like that. So, Yeah, I'm a good old boy in a lot of that stuff. Yeah, peeled thistle is good. A little bit of salt. Oh, I'm going to be growing. I am a sucker for pickles also. So I'm going to be growing a lot of baby cucumbers and that kind of thing and trying to pickle more. Problem is, good pickling solutions almost hard to find now. But I'm going to be in real trouble if they take away my tobacco and my Yangling and my import. I drink a lot of German beer, a lot of lagers and pilsners. And I drink Yangling because it's a traditional lager brewed in PA in the old way. And if you've ever been to Germany, especially Bavaria, and had beer, you'll never look at American beers the same. That's for sure. Yeah, I'm super tempted to get chickens. I don't have the space for it. And my neighbor goes gangbusters on chickens, so a 5-minute bike ride and I can have a whole, they're drowning in eggs every day. So a 5-minute bike ride or a 10-minute walk and I can have legions of eggs, you know, without having to trade too much for it. And I'm on good relations with that neighbor in particular, so. But you never know what happens when the prices get up there. I'm reading your comments. Soil's gardening channel. Oh, any of you guys want to talk about something edgy? I'm a couple beers in, so I can get myself into a lot of trouble if you really wanted to drag your way into the weeds and drag me into the weeds and have your way with me. I'm about to be 3 beers in. This tastes really good after today. It kind of got warm here today. So I might be close to, what is it? Eins is wide, dry. Sharon, yeah. If you ever get a chance, do some pickling with turmeric. It's not for everybody, but man, it changes the flavor profile. Yeah, I'm tempted. I was really close a couple years ago to starting a couple hives. Used to have an edgy haircut. Let's do weeds. Oh, we can talk about more than gardening and weeds. Let's dive into the weeds, please. Y'all want to have your way with me? Is that right? Well, you guys got to pick a topic. Got to pick something that I'm going to get myself in trouble sharing with you or researching. That's the thing. And it doesn't take much for YouTube to get angry at you. So I don't want it to be all about what I'm ranting about. You guys can rant too. You guys can go off the rails and we can discuss. There was a prophecy about a blue turbaned mullah. Do they even exist? I don't know. That's a new one for me. Oh, don't want me in trouble. Just putting yourself out there will get you in trouble. You're going to make people mad. You're going to make people mad. My study on cults is just self-study. It's part of that goes into human nature. You know, I study a lot of geopolitics and religions, different religions, cults, all that stuff, because I'm really at its root, I'm interested in the human mind, how the human mind works. So I've studied a lot of, you know, everything from advertising for my own business that I have, which is nothing super interesting. It just pays the bills. But there's so much material out there and different studies and different things. And the human mind is a fascinating and frightening and marvelous feature of the human condition. And that's always interested me. Language, communication, how personalities work, how people fall into influence from others. You know, a lot of study of advertising techniques and different things like that are based off of root reptilian functions of the human brain, the need to be a social animal, the need to fit in, the fear of missing out, all that stuff. That's always fascinated me. Yeah, it is dangerous territory. We know more about the deep ocean floors than we really do about the functions of the human mind. But it's always fascinated me. And religion in particular, here, I'll get myself into trouble and I'll peel off a whole bunch of subscribers, probably, at the same time. So it's a double whammy. Many of you know I spend a lot of time on moderating and helping a pro-Christian channel. And I was raised Presbyterian, but actually now I am an atheist. I've studied many of the world's religions, and I arrived at a place where I don't have that spark of faith anymore, because to me, religion seems like a man-made construct. And many forms of religion, early writings of religion, I should say, are simply two exercises, to me, from my observations over the years, is that they're early forms of philosophy, going back to the Middle East and the Old Testament, and they're early forms of putting down guidelines for social control, how to shape society, to structure it so it can be managed effectively and with somewhat efficiency. So I've studied and observed many different religions, both here at home. I've always went out of my way to try and understand. I'm not a militant atheist. I will never mock you for your faith. It's an important component for a lot of people, and it would be way too destabilizing for many folks to take that away from them too quickly. But at the same time, like I said, I'll never mock you for it. Whatever belief you have is great. If it gives you comfort and peace, swell. But from my personal perspective, just me talking to you openly and honestly, I'm an atheist. And it might shock some of you. But like I said, it's not militant. I'll never mock you for it. And I want to understand how that works for people. So I want to observe it. I want people to act openly and honestly with it. I would never shun someone sending prayers my way or mock anyone or belittle anyone for having those beliefs, but I'm fascinated that you have them. It truly does fascinate me. It doesn't matter if you're Muslim, Hindu, Christian, evangelical, Zoroastrian, Eastern Asian, Hindu, Buddhist, any of that stuff. That all those religions have fascinated me for the longest time. And I would never mock anyone or belittle anyone for pursuing those faiths. But I've observed enough of them. I don't fit in anywhere, really. So that's what's made me, that and logic. I hate to say it, but in a lot of religious beliefs and a lot of religious practice, there is tremendously large logical loops, and that's where faith of different religions fill in the gaps, is you have to have faith to bridge that hole. But if you look at things in a purely logical, empirical way, you can't bridge that. So that's where I ended up, was I've seen too many teachings from too many priests and mullahs and ayatollahs and grand priests and preachers and ministers, and I've seen too much hate and too much disparity and division in the organized religions, and too much exclusion and hypocrisy, that I had to step back and say, as a human from Earth, I don't fit into any of these. I'll observe them and I respect them, but myself personally, I'm an atheist. And probably watch the subscriber count on this channel collapse. But to tell you honestly, that's where I'm at. So it's great that you believe those things. The other thing that it gives you, that it gives me, I should say, being an atheist, is because God said so doesn't work on me. You can't use that in an argument. As far as talking about earthly matters, of course. Or I did something, or something like that. Or God's chosen people. That doesn't work on me. It doesn't work on a lot of people. They don't realize why or how, but you have to come up with a better reason than that, because that's not tangible, empirical, at least on this plane. I have been accused of being agnostic, because I do hold that there may be a greater power, force of spirit, things like that in our world. There's things that can't be explained by raw empirical science. So I do keep my toe in the door for a potential greater power, divine providence, things like that. At the same time, the logic part of my brain understands that that can simply be the results of probability, of many factors becoming one. So, but now you guys know. You drug me into the weeds, and you got me to tell you in a raw form what my mindset is on religion. And that's why when I was first starting the channel, I told everyone, you're welcome here, no matter what religion you are. And it's mostly inseparable from a lot of, great portions of population. So you're welcome here if you're an atheist. You're welcome here if you're a Muslim, a Christian. I'll never belittle you for it. But when we talk about when we talk about things that are going on in the world, because God said so, is not something that you can use. It won't sway me, and it won't sway anyone on the opposing side of a debate or discussion. So just keep that in mind. This EAM is brought to you by Youngling Genuine Lager Beer. Now I'm going to go get another. Oh, Billy. All right, that's enough scratchiness. And this is going to annoy me with ads, more than likely. Not much going on out there. All right, let me read some of your comments here. Let me go back up. All right, Leslie tagged me, so I got to take it. Asteroids or aliens? What about bonus round for both? Would that be awesome? Historically, as far as I'm trying to think of the correct term, geological record, geological history. We've had some horrendously devastating comet impacts, over the course of the Earth's timeline, geological timeline. Oh, that's some good Yangling. Been out west where you can see that burnt charcoal layer where they cut through like, cut through for a road, and you can see where it's basically this crispy coal-like black ash layer. The Younger Dryas, I think, is the term for it, where likely there was a huge impact in like northeast Canada, current day Canada, and it's been proposed that a lot of Finger Lakes and the Great Lakes and other structures in that area are the result of impact disruption, not necessarily glaciers like we were taught in school. And it makes a compelling case. A lot of glass, microscopic glass beads found thousands of miles away that give the case for having this huge asteroid impact that would have been, responsible for like the years without summers, different things like that, or complete disruption. I've heard the theory put forth too. If you go back into post prehistoric, when we had large mammals, and Africa still has theirs because they were far enough away on the other side of the planet that enough of those species were able to survive the Younger Dryas impacts, but it completely wiped out what was already in the geologic record for the large animals that were here. We were taught in school that Stone Age man had hunted mastodons to extinction. I always thought that was preposterous on itself. No links in the chat. God is my hero. I just saw your thing. I know you guys want to proselytize now that you've been confronted with an atheist, but try and hold off. Where was I going? Oh yeah, that Africa and those places kept the large mammals like the rhinoceros and the giraffe and the elephant, and parts of Asia did too. Large cats, and then North America had lost, the three-toed sloth that was like 18 feet tall, the saber-toothed tigers, which I don't know how our species would have ever made it in North America with those things running around. I mean, they did to a degree in Africa, but yikes, can you imagine that? And there's like I forget what they call, some kind of bear that was 18, 20 feet tall on its hind legs, something like that. Yeah, all that stuff got wiped out, and all that's left in the geological record is a burnt, crispy layer from 13,600 years ago, something like that. Yeah, and the founding fathers did too. I'd say grandmother founded conch shell in West Texas. A lot of, like Utah, a lot of the West was at one point back then underneath the sea. The Great Salt Lake, all that stuff. That was all seabed. And our founding fathers have writings of when they went, a lot of them were surveyors or they helped survey teams, things like that. they were in the Adirondacks, or maybe it was Appalachia mountains, which are ancient mountains, by the way. They're a little bit better than rolling foothills because they're so old they've been worn down, but back in their geologic heyday they were the size of the Rocky Mountains. But they're just so old and have been weathered for so long. You know, that's been dry land for tens and tens of thousands of years. It's no wonder they got stories about wild crap running around in the woods out there. Nothing's drowned anything out. But anyway, the founding fathers would write about finding seashells high up in the mountains, whether it was the Adirondacks or the Appalachia, and trying to wrap their minds logically around how that was possible. And Leslie, to answer the other part of her question, aliens. I forget what equation that was called, where you take so many known planets, so many known galaxies, the chance of life in our own solar system, and multiply it out. The chance of other life being out there in the cosmos is not zero. Can't be. So hydrogen is a very common element. I don't know how much of what is observed here, as far as UFOs, UAPs, whatever the common terminology is for it now. It's not UFO anymore. That's unpopular for some reason. But I don't know how much of what's observed with that is actually not our own tech. But some of it can't be explained. Too much of it's faked. It's like politics on social media with AI now. There's too much. There's too many pictures and videos and stuff that were faked before and continue to be faked now. You pretty much have to observe something yourself in order to, in order to be comfortable with that topic anymore. I would say. Even a lot of crop circles got faked. So, always some punk that has to ruin it for the rest of us. They can't just leave the raw data out there. They got to make some kind of weird, fabrication and muddy the water. Ooh, I'll be right back. I almost forgot something. Yeah, sometimes I do stuff in the background, like I've got some processes running in the background that if I don't go check on it, they're going to catch on fire and it's not cooking. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Everything's under control. I don't know if I answered, Leslie, hopefully I answered your question. That's what I think about that. Most of my UFO, UAP experiences have been disappointing, unfortunately for me, because I was able to. Some of them took some effort, but most of them did not. I was able to figure out they're just aircraft, or drones, or different things like that I've seen over the years. Weird light sources in urban centers and airports nearby, and now thanks to very commonly accessed flight radar and things like that, you can usually debunk most of your own personal UAP, UFO sightings pretty quick, and it takes the fun out of it. It sucks, but I can't really say I've had one genuine experience. And I've been to the back gate of Area 51. I've been in the high desert of Nevada a couple times. That was before I ever thought about doing anything on YouTube, of course, or filming anything. But I've got pictures from out there, but they're not anything super exciting. Yeah, the spookiest experience I've ever had along those lines is staying in some of the small towns bordering on the desert, like in California, like in scenes straight out of the X-Files. Some of the places I've stayed at, where the town's just dead. You've got maybe like a pilot truck stop a half mile away, and you're staying in a little motel, and you'd think you'd round the corner of the hallway in the motel and you'd bump into Mulder and Scully. But they were fun trips. Did a lot of that in the past. Let's see, what else you guys talking about in here? Thank you for pronouncing Appalachia correctly. Is there a different way to say it? I'm a neighbor, kind of, sort of, somewhat with where I live, kind of, still in the border, on the border of Appalachia and the Ozarks. So I didn't know there was another way to say it. That is one of my weaknesses, though, is a cute Appalachian girl with that little bit of twang, a little bit of that Kentucky twang, and she makes me biscuits. It's probably going to be over. But anyway, that's probably TMI. I have to have some brevity in here. Yeah, you guys can you can comment whatever. It's an unmoderated chat. I am not going to smoke anyone. There was a couple lives ago where someone called me a dipshit or called me a retard or something like that in the chat. I don't care. I think it was when I was having my audio issues during a live, and it's like, yeah, he was right. I should have tried to figure that out. I did a bunch of test streams before I started this one tonight to try and figure out why. And then, of course, my streaming software had an update. So maybe it was fixed in the update. Maybe it was something I was doing. No clue. But, yeah. I see a lot of people in here that I can tell are obviously from the other channel I moderated for, and they're being, maybe that's how you guys are, maybe you're being measured, I don't know, but you guys can, honestly, I've got basic algorithm moderation on, and if that catches anything, nothing's been caught on the chat as far as any held comments, so you guys have a latitude that you can go, a magnitude of latitude, if that makes sense. that you can go further with your comments. I'm certainly not going to kick you for voicing your opinion here. That's not what this channel is about. It's not to shape anyone. It's so you can have as open a forum to discuss things without anyone getting bent out of shape. Now, if you get bent out of shape amongst yourselves, that's fine. Yeah, Milena, you're just nice. There's probably a lot of that going on, too. People are just generally nice. I'm thinking the channel doesn't attract a whole lot of ignorant people. So there's going to be, my hope, a decent mix of people in here. It was so random, that person, though. What person? Instead of cha, they say Appalachia? Really? Appalachia? Why would they do that? It's a hard, not soft. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know why that would be. That's odd phonetic. Appalachia. Appalachia. That's weird to me. That sounds weird. Appalachia. Huh. Appalachia. Someone asked about Antarctica. I've never been there. Where was that commented? I'm scrolling through. Roll Tide. Roll Tide. Hello, Stephanie _abstracted noodle. Leslie, you are smart. You're here. Ticks being found in boxes by the hundreds in farms. Well, I think they call a big gaggle of ticks a box. So I think there was some miscommunication. But yeah, it's still by itself a scary prospect, especially when I don't know if there's a correlation there. I haven't really looked into it, so I'm probably speaking out of turn somewhat. But I heard that there was some kind of vaccine for, I don't know, I doubt it's Lyme disease, but maybe something Bill Gates was involved in. I haven't done enough research on that particular topic to really comment on it much, but whenever you have vectors of any kind, whether it's mosquitoes, ticks, you know, the small unseen things that can spread bacteria easily in populations suddenly cropping up in places people don't normally see them or report them, that's cause for alarm by itself. It's like, how'd they get there? I have heard the theory that Lyme disease is basically an escaped, as well as CBD in deer, or CWD, chronic wasting disease, in white-tailed deer populations and other ungulate populations is a kind of a hybrid or maybe a full bioweapon that escaped somehow, some way. But yeah. Bioweapon vectors being found in places that you don't normally see them. It's kind of creepy to me. Do you believe they are breeding humans with aliens? Sorry, lay here. No, Charlotte, no one's asked that. It's not a ridiculous thing. I mean, I know that's been out there in the pop culture, alien, UFO, UAP world pop culture thing of hybrid breeding programs. I've never run across anyone that looks like a somewhat sexy gray. You know, I've seen the shape-shifting, quote unquote shape-shifting evidence, on social media and stuff like that. It's like, there's some person in the background that has 3 eyelids or, changes shape or whatever. I think that's digital software artifacts. Myself personally, when I see that, it's just the processing software doesn't really know what to do with a background image in an unfocused area. But could there be? Maybe. The government has certainly done more twisted shit than that. So, possibility, like I like to say, possibility is probably not zero. If there is such a thing going on, governments of Earth have done worse experiments and trials. And the ice under Antarctica, I don't know. I've never been there. I've heard the stories, like when John Kerry went to Antarctica, or not John Kerry, was it John Glenn? Came back and said there's an evil there he can't describe, didn't go into it, and then he died a couple months later without expanding on the topic. That landmass has been there for a long time, and we've certainly had the technology to get there for a long time. The Germans did explore down there quite a bit in the 30s, 40s. I don't know. I find most places that I've visited that had some kind of pop culture mystery to them are actually pretty tame. Like, I found Area 51 when I was down there interesting military-wise, with the hardware that you would see in the sky, but didn't have any experiences. Maybe you need to live there, or I'm not sure, but most of the places that I've gone to that are supposed to have this supreme mysticism or paranormal stuff to them were pretty underwhelming. I hate to say it. And surprisingly, places that I didn't think, that I visited in the past, that I didn't think were going to cause a emotional reaction or leave a mental mark, did. When I was in Wadi Rum, I was very affected by that area, and I don't know why. Just the landscape and the scenery, and walking in and out of the ancient caves and Petra. I can't say I had an emotional reaction, but there was some people in another group that I witnessed, some women break down in tears in Wadi Rum, just looking at the sunset in the desert. So I didn't expect that. See what else you guys talking about here. Nazi doctor that worked with bugs came here after World War II. Yeah, we have most of our space program, NASA, to thank to German scientists. Yeah, getting ready to put a vaccine out for Lyme. I thought I heard something about that. I probably should look into that a little bit. What a horrible disease to get. You can't eat red meat. I would die. I wouldn't make it. I'd be going, crew.
All stations. This is Mike. Tango. Zulu. Whiskey. Golf.
And that's just a 30 count. Boring.
Tango. Zulu.
Oh, by the way, this EAM is brought to you by Yangling Traditional Lager, brewed in Pennsylvania.
Tango. 3. Papa. No. Zulu. Sierra. Kilo. X-ray. Uniform. Delta. Echo. Quebec. Ike. Kilo. November. Oscar. Romeo. Delta. I say again. Mike. Tango. Zulu. Whiskey. Go. Go. Foxtrot. Yankee. Echo. Hotel. Delta. Echo. 3. Papa. Go. Zulu. Sierra. Kilo. X-ray. Whiskey. Uniform. Delta. Echo. Quebec. Mike. Kilo. November. Oscar. Romeo. Delta. This is Type N out.
Tight end, I think you said, for the call sign. Well, 8 megahertz is getting pretty noisy. We'll keep it on 11175. Yeah. Well, we were speaking about the paranormal. I pulled Twitter up, and here's your latest action out of Roswell, New Mexico. People. People. Seems stable. She looks like someone I went to high school with. You guys really want me to just go through my Twitter? Let's see, D-Max reposted some. Here's part of the crash outs. Some of the never-ending crash outs. Oh, yeah. Welcome to the mountains. Do you guys think that the 25th Amendment impeachment is actually going to happen? I don't see it personally. I don't see there being enough gas in the tank for something like that. Most people don't care enough. There's too much corruption. There's still plenty of money to get spread around. Hello, homesteading. Welcome to the gaggle. If your screen is black, Gala Dash, refresh. Vane, you're asking an awful lot of questions. That's fine, though. Anything happening with Venezuela? What happened to Maria Corona Machado? Venezuela is our new friend as long as the money holds. As long as the money, the very fingertip grip of influence that we have in Caracas holds, They'll be our buds. But there again, nothing changed. You know, you just kind of shuffled around the upper echelon of a socialist government. Talk to people on the ground there and see how much better their life is. There was a lot of hope being spread around, but that's going to unravel sooner or later, because there was basically a kind of a cash injection shock that went through, and the citizens of Venezuela are going to find themselves pretty much roughly in the same spot that they were before, only now maybe some more of their oil's getting sold. So I still can't hang Venezuela in the completely conquered. I know our embassy just reopened there in Caracas, but we had an embassy in Colombia for many, many years, and it was horrendously dangerous to travel outside of that area in Colombia as an American. So I would hold off on buying your all-inclusive tickets to Venezuelan beaches for a little while longer till you can kind of see what picture forms. And as far as Cuba, you know, one thing that sanctions do, like the sanctions we put on Iran, economic sanctions from the West, used to do, but the power is waning now, obviously, is it just froze that country's economy and people, you know, the average man on the street. It just froze them in time to wherever they were. It didn't affect. Sanctions don't work, guys. Sanctions, air-only campaigns, they don't work. They're a way to. It's a modern form of gunboat diplomacy. You know, back in the day, if you had some warships and you paraded them along a coast of a country you were having a disagreement with, or you were wanting to exert influence over, you know, that would scare local populations. They didn't want to be shelled. Well, it doesn't work anymore. The world's too big. There's too many other players that can supply goods. Too many other spheres of influence that have come up slowly over time, like China, Asia, Russia. Nothing's going to happen with Cuba. It'll be the same old, same old. Marco Rubio, who when Donald Trump was campaigning called him Little Marco, he didn't have a whole lot of love for him then. Funny what changed. Many Hat Marco once, for his own base, you know, his old school base, wants Cuba to flip, but can they crack that nut? That remains to be seen. You know, because the Cuban people, the sanctions, economic sanctions, have been in place for so long, they've adapted. I mean, they might not like it, but what are they going to trade, really? You know, are we going to turn them into the 52nd state after Puerto Rico? You got to have leverage over things, and, you know, be realistic. Guys down there can make legitimate brake fluid for their vehicles out of dish soap and pebbles. I mean, the human spirit will adapt and overcome. Do a live stream on CERN? Do a live stream on CERN? I don't know. What would we learn from that? and they're doing particle acceleration experiments. I doubt they're going to keep the cameras on if they open a portal to the 8th dimension. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's interesting technology. It's interesting science that they're doing there. It takes a religious component, I think, for some fears to be brought up about CERN. But I don't see a whole lot of people being, it's interesting to me, but I don't see a whole lot of groundbreaking interest in what's going on at CERN. Like, to my knowledge, there really hasn't been any documented evidence of any really, really crazy stuff happening while they've been running the line there. No baguettes have sprouted wings and took off because they fired CERN up. At least that I know of. And the French are pretty liberal. They would let you know if some strange shit happened with couscous while CERN was being fired. So I don't know. It's one of those things that are interesting, but in order to attach any supernatural to it, you kind of have to take a leap, in my opinion. No, this is my tobacco, and you quit. Good for you. You should quit. I'm going to quit right now. And in about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I'm going to start up again, probably. Who was it? Was it Ridge? I don't know if Ridge is still listening. He could tell, just from that. He could tell when I was lighting up. It was kind of crazy. Just the sound of that. And I got energy source under the pyramids. Here. See if you guys can tell a difference. We got 1. And 2. 1 and 2. Like you're at the optometrist. One's fluid and one is butane. So I've got what some people call the fancy lighter, and then the analog, old school. Anyway, that's enough about my bad habits. Good night, Sherry. Thanks for hanging out. We're going on 3 hours, 9 minutes. At the mark will be 15 seconds of the live stream. Mark. I can smell the Zippo. That's funny. I can smell it. I'm not smoking anything wacky, Tracy. Don't worry. Not smoking any taters. Energy source under the pyramids. I was I rode a camel around the Giza Plateau, the 3 main pyramids, and the Sphinx. And I got as close as they would possibly let me without jumping down into the pit and getting arrested by the Ministry of Antiquities of Cairo, of Egypt. I was at the pyramids. I went down into a little tomb they had opened up that the public could go down in. I don't know. Super secret energy source under the pyramid. there is a margin of error with ground penetrating radar and stuff like that. They can pick up a lot of false echoes, and that's a unique geologic area from what I understand, because you have kind of like the Nile Delta transition over into the Sahara, and going back in time, the Sahara was a very different place. So the underlying bedrock and the structure of the rock is unusual. And what struck me more about anything about the pyramids was how far away from the Nile they were, which gave you the idea that the current course of the Nile River wasn't where it always had been. Or, you know, possibility maybe there was some canals, stuff like that. But yeah, it was a very interesting place, but I didn't really see any evidence of you know, big cover-ups or passageways underneath the Sphinx. And I think the Sphinx actually going standing on the shoulders of Dr. Robert Schoch, who had done his own studies in the area. The Sphinx, I think, is a adopted ancient Egyptian monument. I think the Sphinx is older than the pyramids because it's separate. It's got a different cardinal direction orientation, and it feels different when you're out there. Like when you're at the site and walking around the pyramids, the monument itself just kind of feels different. It's hard to explain. It's not the same. The scale is very different. The construction around it is different. It seems like it was adopted or incorporated into, at least my 2 cents, which is worth absolutely nothing in the field of Egyptology. It seems like it's a different adopted monument. It seems older, much older. And the biggest crime about the pyramids I found out when I was in the museum in Cairo, after I had visited the pyramids and walked around it, rode a camel around it, and went down into this very stale air pit, which was called the Princess's Chamber. A lot of the outer, softer sandstone was scavenged off the pyramids for a lot of the early buildings in Cairo by the Muslims. When the Muslims basically took over that area of North Africa, they had scavenged a lot of the sandstone. And a lot of that sandstone on the outside of the pyramids, the outer cladding, had writing on it. Had hieroglyphs, some accounts of a language that was not hieroglyphic and predated the early Arabic language. So to me, that's the biggest crime around the pyramids, was that, you know, that was all that ancient record was lost, basically for trips to Home Depot, you know, to make your trip to Home Depot shorter in the 17th century. Are 72 goats worth it? I would have no idea. No clue. Although the 72 goats is probably not bad to have when beef is $10, $15 a pound. So, do camels stink as much as people say they do? No. No, they don't. Or prepper. Are 72 goats worth it? I have no idea. I haven't been martyred, man. I don't know if that's what's waiting for me or not. I think a lot of that's overblown, the 72 virgins and stuff like that. I think that's a Western construct of hooey. Got a notification of suspicious activity on a credit card. It wasn't me, buddy. I'm not charging you to be here. I hope you get that figured out. I'm sorry that happened to you. That sucks. But yeah, I've had mutton when I was in India, and I don't know if it was just because I hadn't eaten much before then, but man, those southern Indians, when they cook up some mutton, that was some good stuff. That was some really good stuff. But hunger will do strange things to you too. One of the people I was traveling with at the time ended up getting deli belly. I don't know if she got half a gulp of water in the shower or something like that, but she ended up getting extremely tore up and lost 10 pounds, had a horrible time. And unfortunately, while I was traipsing around southern India, Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry, areas like that, I was having a grand old time eating at all different kinds of restaurants, and she could not handle it. Sick as a dog for a couple days. We had two very different experiences. But yeah, mutton is good if it's made right. And I got to check on something, crew. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, crew, if you can hear me. Yeah, I got my mic on. And God is my hero, went to Cabo, didn't drink the water, but brushed my teeth. Ooh, oh, in the shower, and kissed a dolphin in the murky water. Got Cabo's revenge. Yeah, 90 pounds in 4 months. Almost didn't make it. That is a serious weight loss plan, my brother. Gee, Manitli. Yeah, almost didn't make it. I'm glad you made it. I bet you'll never smooch on a dolphin again, will you? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, Heather or Prepper, you guys can talk about whatever in the chat. It's you're not gonna insult your host. There's only one mod. Well, there's two mods. There is the poor bonk your head against the corners YouTube algorithm with basic moderation and me. And yeah, this is a very different space than probably what you're used to. You guys can ask anything, talk amongst yourselves about almost anything. Xenon, China, Terracotta Soldiers. Yeah. Yeah, that Montezuma's Revenge, Travelers D, that's some nasty stuff. I pushed it too hard when I was in the during my Middle East trip, and I, not to be too graphic. Not there was, yeah, I really can't tell a story. It's too gross. I had it caught up to me by the time I got to Amman, and the abusing or getting used to the cuisine and the bacteria and that level. And I'll tell you, I was really worried over my travels and over my age and stuff like that. When you got to get ready for a colonoscopy, you're supposed to clean your system out. I really pressed my doctor, like, am I gonna lose a lot of my gut flora, because my gut flora has been built up over all my travels, over my age. I didn't want to wipe it out, and I don't take heavy antibiotics because I can eat ethnic foods that would send people to the hospital, and that's taken conditioning over years and actually traveling to different places. And I still, to this day, the last international place I was in was Peru, and I ate traditional meals in the grass huts in the Amazon with the villagers. And everyone was like, no, don't do that. You're going to get so sick. I was fine. No worries. And I didn't want that wiped out. So I was really worried about getting cleaned out for a colonoscopy. And doctor assured me that, like, no, it's not gonna harm your gut flora. You're just gonna be slick as a whistle by the time you're done. And so we'll see, I guess, the next time I travel. My next trip is Romania, Moldova, coming up here at the end of the year. So I will be out of the country for a little while. In September, I think it is. I have to double check. If the freaking price of jet fuel doesn't knock my trip out. See, I mentioned diarrhea and the chat just starts moving. It's weird. You mentioned poop and everyone's got a comment. Everyone's got to chime in. Anyway, where are we going here, crew? 3 hours, 24 minutes, 32 seconds. What do you guys want to talk about? We'll talk about almost anything. Oh, there was more to that. Here, I'll put it back up. The crash out is definitely happening. Well, I hit a dead end in a few places looking into Rh negative blood, ranges from reptilian to Nephilim to star babies, star children. Anyone have anything else? No. I think I'm going to leave that one alone. What is a crash out? Modern popular parlance for losing your shit, attitude-wise. And I don't know if you came in late, God is my hero or not, but I started the stream off with they had to trot out Melania, the First Lady, to talk about, you know, some Epstein topic, probably to try and pull some of the, you know, some of the current discourse over the failure of the Iranian journey. So we came full circle, was my point early in the stream, was we went to war over blood and, you know, sand and oil, over the PDF files getting too hot, and it was a good distraction, a good journey away from that. Helped the little hats out for a little bit with their grand goal. It didn't go well, so now to distract from the discourse of that not going well, now we trotted out FLOTUS to talk about PDF files, so we come full circle. And there's so many wrong takes, bad takes, inaccurate takes. You know, one of the things I've heard was, or that you heard T-Man talk about was, you know, none of these other presidents had the stones to go to war with Iran. No, they didn't. It's not that they didn't have the stones. They had enough. They either had the brains by themselves, or they had enough people around them with some brains to say, don't do that. That's going to be extraordinarily painful for the United States. You're going to short circuit a lot of critical stuff. One being Persia itself, Iran itself, which is eventually going to self-heal from Islamic fascism. And anyone who tells you that Iran is the number one state sponsor of terror has got an agenda, because that's patently false and can be easily proven otherwise. If you want to look at number one state sponsor of terror from the Islamic world, you look at Wahhabism in Saudi Arabia. The Saudis have generated way more terrorists, and that faction of Islam, which is, you know, a schism away from Persia and Sunni Islam. You know, it's easy to find out, and it's easy to disprove. Has there been actions, military actions, between Iran and U.S. armed forces over the last couple decades? Yes. But then again, look why. Find out why. What is the context around it? Like the Obama cash to Iran, plane loads of cash. There's a context around it that will immediately suck out the oxygen from people that have an agenda that bring that up as, oh, it was a ransom payment, it was a payoff, blah, blah, blah. He was trying to avoid the United States, and I'm not defending Obama here, but what he was doing was he was trying to avoid the United States being found guilty in a international court of law that would have obligated us to pay anyway, because we had accepted payment from the Iranians back in the 70s for F-14s and other aircraft parts, and then didn't deliver because it coincided with the time of the Islamic Revolution in Iran. Because before the Islamic Revolution, Iran was one of our greatest allies in the Middle East. And Israel didn't even exist yet during World War II. And there's lots to be learned also about the Allied movement into Iran during World War II. That'll give you a clue on just how tough of a nut that country is to crack. It wasn't then because the population wasn't there, the technology wasn't there. But when the Germans were in Iran in the 40s and British and Soviet elements had to move in to free up the resources of that area and kick the Germans out, militarily it was a different equation, but how they attacked, where they attacked, how they used the geography will tell you a lot about how impossible it is now because of the technology they have there. And I wanted to mention this earlier while I'm free spinning, thinking about being a human citizen of Earth, all that kind of good stuff. Imagine, take away all the animosity that, two different struggles of superpowers and stuff like that would do, but we're just, with Artemis 2, we're sending our crew to the moon and back. Think if we could have cooperated with the Iranians science-wise, that our two nations were at peace or had some kind of understanding that, yeah, we've got two different religions going on and two different outlooks, but let's pool our resources. All those rockets that went to Israel as weapons of war and went to other countries to kick us out of the Middle East, the technology, the effort, the material, the raw material that could have been used to explore space. Think of how much we shoot ourselves in the foot by hostilities that we could use to explore the cosmos instead. That's the kind of stuff that makes me sick to think about. I try not to think about it too much, but think about that. Just by itself, a waste of resources. Okay, where am I at here in the chart? We went from poops and farts, diarrhea is real. Strange topic to bring up. Circle back guy. What I wonder is how can every sitting president have a budget for the military, and now all of a sudden we need $1 trillion to pay for the war. Yeah, it's because everything's fake and gay, money-wise. We're inflating our way into insolvency. There's a never-ending supply of cash at the Federal Reserve. I forget which Fed chair said that. Or Prepper Soil, do you think the Iran war is justified or not? No, I don't. I am vehemently against going to war with Persia. I don't know if you were here for the beginning of the stream where I laid it out or not, but no. I think it was all the wrong reasons at all the wrong time. And we have hurt ourselves as a nation. We've hurt the people of Persia as a society for over a generation. More than a generation. I'll tell you what we've done, crew. Because of our journey and helping the little hats out, we have guaranteed we will never have influence in the Middle East again up against Persia. The Israelis will be forever PO'd because their Greater Israel project to the east will be hampered. We've taken away resources that were freely flowing to the rest of the world, which affects prices and supply of materials necessary to our civilization here at home. No, it wasn't justified. They're not this number one state sponsor of terror. That is a complete fabrication. It's a misdirection to get you to think about a certain thing. Iran is a 6,500-year-old civilization made up of 1,000 tribes that have been around for much, much longer than our nation has. You're not going to conquer those people. You might rain bombs upon them, but what you've done by doing that is you've solidified their national identity. Now they will 100% view nuclear weapons like North Korea does, which is a deterrent, which before this operation or these operations, they didn't. They had a religious fatwa against, but we killed their pope. However oppressive the Islamic regime was, it was the only thing standing in the way between not using a nuke for no reason, for any reason, I should say, to now that guy's gone. Not that I wanted to see him stick around, but now his son, who watched a lot of his family killed by both the great Satan and the little Satan, do you think he's going to issue a fatwa against the use of nuclear weapons for the protection of his country? Nope. That should take you 0.0001 microseconds to answer. We have, through the actions of Mossad and the CIA, through a grassroots push to foster a youth revolution in the country of Iran, we've killed off the generation necessary to come up over time that would have softened and eventually flipped over that oppression. We killed them now instead. If we would have done nothing, if we would have done absolutely nothing in 40 to 50 years, and yes, I know that seems like an eternity to the American mind, but in the context of nations and civilization, it's a blink. Those people would have done it themselves, but we couldn't wait. We had to get shit done in a New York minute. And it screwed us. And following through, committing a genocide ourselves through the use of our own nuclear weapons, finishing the job, none of that's tenable to me. That's a crime against humanity. They're an ancient civilization, and I wish I could play. I have access to, and I've found what the youth were listening to while they were getting mowed down, the songs they were sharing with each other. Even the youth of that country were pulling poems from the 14th century and putting them to music and singing, and unfortunately that was getting them killed for sharing it in that context or performing in that context at some of these some of the demonstrations that they had done. And now you can't share that stuff in Iran without getting executed because they've circled the wagons, because an external power has become present both overtly and covertly, and what that does is it makes a nation circle the wagons, just like if China were to show up here and you found out that thousands of young people were influenced by China and marched on Washington or, tried to overthrow the government in your state, you would have the same reaction. It gets me upset. It gets me angry to think about, because we just screwed the pooch, man. It just would have took some time. And the generation that was massacred would have done the job, because they would have gone on with their lives, and slowly but surely that sentiment and that pressure would have been there. And as they came up through the government and they occupied more and more spaces of power, they would have flipped it. Because it wasn't popular there before, especially with their youth. And I wish I could play, like I said, I wish I could play some of the music, but even the young people, you think about young people here versus young people over there, they were pulling poems and putting traditional Persian music in Farsi language to poems from the 14th century from their Mongol, when Persia was lorded over by the Mongol clan. And that's what they were singing at some of those. And I found it on YouTube. I found a group that has anonymously, without any credit to the artists, recreated those songs and dedicated it to the young people that have died. But that blood is on the intelligence agencies of Mossad and our country, the CIA, for doing that stuff. We short-circuited it. We should have left it alone. They were no threat to us. They were a threat to the Tiny Hats' ambitions. That's it. Country that didn't exist before the 1950s. It's an artificial construct that has co-opted and taken hijack evangelicalism in the United States for support. It's sad. It's really sad to me. But, like I've said before, I've got an unusual opinion on it. I've got a different take on it. I could be all wrong. It's up to you guys to tell me if I'm full of shit or not. And we'll discuss it. But from what I've observed, from what I've learned over the years, applying logic to it, trying to find the real history and the real accounts for it, that's the conclusion that I've arrived at. And it might make some people upset, and that's fine. And that's what debate's for. That's what argument's for. Argument isn't a point of hostility. Argument is finding common ground between two separate lived experiences and backgrounds in education and backgrounds of experience. So love wins for you. Hello. Thank you for your honesty, kindness, and sharing your thoughts. Of course, that's what this channel is about. It's not just me. It's not just meant for me to ramble on and on about stuff. It's for you guys, too, to have a free space to throw your ideas out there and let other people counter them. Because that temperance, like you're hammering out a sword, that temperance requires being pounded, and it requires opposition. And when you see people, and when you see, especially online, people get upset and revert to name calling and nasty insults and stuff like that, that's your clue that you don't, your theory, what you're operating on, what you have held in your mind, wasn't as strong as you thought it was. And people losing their cool with that stuff. And you can reach an impasse. You can genuinely reach an impasse in opinion as long as either side doesn't, quote unquote, break the rules of debate, which is, for me, breaking the rule of a debate would be falling into a logical fallacy. Because then it doesn't exist on your plane anymore. You can't back it up with real evidence. It's, well, you got to take this on faith, or trust me, bro, whatever it might be. You need to have some kind of empirical proof behind your beliefs. And the other thing, studying the human mind and psychology and stuff like that, it's more than thick skin. it's hard to describe, but a lot of the things that we debate about, especially online, a lot of it's third hand, fourth hand information. Like, none of us are sitting in Isfahan or Tehran. Maybe some of us know secondhand information. We know some people from that area, or you might know someone from Tel Aviv or Jerusalem, or sitting in the Emiratis or in Kuwait City, and they can tell you firsthand, that these things are happening. But so much of what we depend on and debate about and take for granted is second, third, fourth, fifth hand information. It's barely beyond rumor. And we'll debate that. People will debate those things that are reported vehemently, being in the second, third, and fourth hand spot of witness. So it's not worth getting too tore up mentally about and getting too passionate and vehement, because a lot of that stuff is, it's separated. I'm going to have an opportunity later this year. I told you I was traveling to Romania and Moldova. I'm going to have an opportunity to meet with some people from Israel that are younger. And I'm going to have some very hard questions for them. But I look forward to getting their point of view and getting their observations, because potentially they're, from what I understand, one of them at least has probably spent more time in a bomb shelter than what they would have cared to. And I'm going to be very interested to get their perspective on what's going on in their country. So I look forward to that. And I don't mean to make fun, but certainly you guys don't want me to just sit here and scream ah or type ah. What EAM count are we on? And don't take me wrong. What do I think about the unidentified drones over our air bases? I think they're a warning. Operation Spiderweb in Russia by the Ukrainians was an incredibly effective attack against their strategic nuclear forces. And it was repeated here. And my hope is it was a test. Like how TSA gets tested by law enforcement agencies. I hope that was a test. Because if it wasn't, that means there's 8 steps to an attack of that nature as far as pacing out how you would do it. And simply with the information that was released anyway about what the drones were doing, how long they were there, that's like you're on step 6 with only 2 more to go before you actually do a kinetic attack, or can you go ahead and carry out the kinetic attack. I hope that was a security test, because if it wasn't, then that was a dry run. And the next time won't be a test, and you'll see B-52s on fire in Louisiana as a message. So, cross your fingers on that one. And the East Coast drones, I think those were sea-launched Chinese drones. The Chinese were sending us a message, because a lot of that, if you remember, was happening during all the high point of the tariff, which is economic combat, tariffs, embargoes, sanctions, and all that kind of stuff. That's Cold War. That's cool war operations. You're in a cold war with a country when you do that too. And the majority of the operations, quote unquote, at the time were against China. And China was saying, we can put a drone into any of your major East Coast cities anytime we want, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. So it's messaging, and people see it and put it on social media. And I think it was a little bit blown out of proportion. There's probably the initial reports were Chinese drones, and then the follow-up was anti-drone operations and warfare by the U.S. military, Coast Guard, Department of Homeland Security, and local municipal police departments trying to get a handle on what in the heck was going on. Because one airspace intrusion will generate all kinds of autonomous drones now, even in the United States. Europe the same. It was Russia messaging those European countries. We can put a drone over Copenhagen. We can put a drone over Milan, over Rome. You know, we can put a drone over Estonia anytime we want. And there's people that will tell you, not that it's kind of true. We have some amazing military technology, especially National Reconnaissance Office. I can only speak about that so much. Satellite technology, different things like that. Detection and tracking technology. We have some amazing technology at our disposal for protection. But at the same time, it's not a magic wand. The U.S. military isn't a magic wand. The Space Force is impressive, but it's not magic. It's not Hollywood. There's gaps there. There's enough gaps for a threat to get through, a real kinetic threat. It's not impervious. So keep that in mind. There's a very big difference between reality and Hollywood and what's portrayed. Do I think all the meteorites were satellite space warfare? A lot of the, we enter envelopes of a lot of space debris. You know, we have regular meteor showers and stuff like that, you know, that we can track every year. The Pleiades. There are pockets of thicker space debris that the Earth rotates through when we're going around the great year. You know, we have years around our sun. Our sun has great years around the limb of the Milky Way. And we move up and down in that galactic plane. And there's, you know, our history is only finite on the disasters that have happened when we move in and out of these great planes. If I could recommend further watching, further listening about cosmic cycles, it would be, and I'm going to have a brain fart right here. I can feel it coming on. Dang it. I'm going to have to look him up. I don't want to say his name wrong and tell you guys wrong. And I'm doing that wrong space. Bear with me. Randall Carlson. Randall Carlson is the guy to look up online. He goes in depth into cosmic cycles, ancient catastrophes, evidence therefore, and geologic evidence for ancient impacts, stuff like that. He made his debut like years ago on the Joe Rogan podcast with Graham Hancock, who's an ancient alternative history proponent. But Randall Carlson has a depth of experience and evidence, and he's a trained geologist as well. And so that's a very interesting line to go down. Oh, good night, Heather. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out. Let's see. 1 second here, guys. I'm about to run out of juice. I'm almost going for almost 4 hours here, so give me 1 second. Good night, God is my hero. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Guys acting up while the teacher's gone. You are your own best teacher. You are your own best teacher. A lot of what I tell you, a lot of the things that I share with you guys, you'll have to follow it up on your own. You shouldn't take my word for it. Really. The best thing that you can do for your own mental health is to verify and be adventurous. I mean, oopsie. I had to switch drinks. So now I've got a slightly beer-flavored soda going on. Probably not the healthiest. Should drink water. I had a bunch of water earlier today, though. Yeah, don't take my word for it. Do yourselves a favor and look into this stuff on your own, and you'll find it. You can trap yourself with too much, analysis paralysis. Sooner or later, you got to draw a line and be like, okay, how much evidence stacks up in this corner? How much evidence stacks up in that corner? How much inherent bias is in this account? This historical account. What I get trapped into when I do a lot of historical research about things is when someone reports or has an account of some event or has an opinion on some kind of event, I'll research also the person reporting on that event and see if there's any empirical evidence that they had an agenda. And that gets harder to do as you go back in time in some cases. But I get trapped into that. It's like, oh, this person spent a lot of time with Zionists, so that taints everything going forward of what that person's, they call it a slant. That person has a slant on this opinion or that opinion, or you find all these different biases because no one who's ever reported on anything didn't have bias. There's no angelic presence of a reporter. Actually, Leslie, I'll tell you another secret tonight. I was a horrible younger kid, behavior-wise. I tortured the ever-living shit out of my grade school teachers, and I was lucky enough as I got older and later in high school, I found all of them and apologized to them. I was a very rebellious kid. I hated school I hated academic work until high school. Then I found the value in it. It's a very rebellious kid. But part of that is the spirit of not falling into accepted modes of thought. And a lot of my teachers, when I found them after the fact, funny story, I can't get too deep into the details, but I ran into my 4th grade teacher in a tavern, in a bar of all places. And I hadn't been drinking heavily yet that night, but I apologized to her. She was there for like a family birthday party or something like that. And I told her, I said, I realize how difficult I was when I was younger, and yada, yada, yada. She's like, I wasn't worried about it. You were just an independent thinker, and 4th grade is when they start molding you for getting into, junior high, and the independent thinking kids always act out in 4th grade. She said, I was used to it. You weren't the only one. You weren't special. You don't get a trophy. And that was one of the best things I ever heard in my life. It was like, yeah, you weren't alone. She was a tough cookie. She was a good teacher. I attribute to her now of putting the love of understanding language in my mind. She was a good English teacher, my 4th grade teacher. And I don't know, there was just something about her. I realized the value of understanding why languages work the way they do. And I'm not a polyglot or anything like that. I'm not claiming I'm fluent in a lot of languages, but I've studied everything from German to Eastern Arabic, to Farsi. I'm starting to learn a little bit more Romanian ahead of my trip coming up, and some Russian. The French came naturally to me, and I'm not fluent in any of them, but I know enough to get myself in trouble. But yeah, I was a terrible kid. I just did not have the respect for the institution. That came later after I got into enough trouble. I can't answer where I went to college. That would give away too much OPSEC. You would be able to find me in a heartbeat if I told you the colleges I've attended and my level of education. I'm sorry, Tracy. You're just going to have to refer to me as Potato Man. Yep, I'm not about the censorship stuff. Oh, and Gayla Dash, I missed you up there at midnight. You hung out until midnight. Good night. Hope you have a good night. Here, right now, it's a good night to sleep with the windows open. It's just warm enough to crack the windows open. Or Prepper One, I can remove a comment if you want, if that'll make you feel more comfortable. I can remove one of your comments for no other reason than to just make you comfortable with it. Oh, let's see what's going on. Are you about done, crew? Are you about tired of listening to me? You can get on with your night. I'm going to see how much trouble I can get myself into and show you my bookmarks. I don't know why. They're just things that I find funny. Like the little sailboat doing a cool backflip and nailing the landing to get out from the Strait of Hormuz. This one was, I found this one funny, but the audio is messed up for some reason. I don't know why I got messed up, but it was a funny meme. Yeah, Charlotte, I've been up since 6. So I'm a little bit tired. Real opinion. I made your cat howl. I'm sorry. Let's see what's going on. Oh. What do you want my real opinion on? Or are you just messing with me? Are you just pulling my chain? Good night, Melina. Thanks for hanging out. Do you like the way your life is having to be so secretive? No. No, there's too many crazies out there, though. There's too many crazies, and I have a family and I have a business, and so I do have to guard my identity to a certain extent, because there's just too many crazies. I hate to say it. There's people that'll show up at your house because, you showed a Trump meme, a T-Man meme, like this. There's people that'll want to murder you for putting that on social media. It's crazy. Yeah, I've seen the Lego memes. That's what I was going to look up for you guys and put up. Not necessarily the Lego meme, but there was a poll I saw. Maybe I'll have Grok find it for me. No, it was a post. It was a post from one of the Israeli government dudes. It's in my timeline somewhere, but I don't think I saved it. See if I can find it. It was basically American approval of Israel or opinion of Israel by age, demographic, and the left-right dynamic. And it was like, oh, we got to fix this problem, is what he was saying. Let's see if I can find it. Pew Research, maybe, end of March. But I know it was a post by one of the guys I follow over there, one of the tiny hats. Yeah, it was this. This is what he was referencing. From Pew and Gallup and a couple other had done before the Operation Epicurious took off. So, yeah, this is what he posted. Americans' views of Israel are sharply divided by party and age. But if you look at the age demographic, that's what was worrying him. It was like, oh, we've got to fix this problem of approval. And it was the 18 to 49 demographic or something like that. Yeah. Little or no confidence in Netanyahu, and then there was another one. Republicans far more likely than Democrats to have confidence in Trump's handling of U.S.-Israel relations. Hamas conflict personally important. Yeah, basically all this data, this polling data, was unfavorable to Israel, and they were like, "Oh, we've got to figure out what to do." You can't run a seven-front war and an obviously genocide of people and get favorable opinions from people that have a couple brain cells to run together. They can see through it. Favorable views of Israel much less common among white, non-evangelical Protestants, Catholics, black Protestants. 6 and 10, and I don't know. I'm kind of interested in this column here. Never even heard of BB. That's crazy. Yep. And so, like, I'm always interested in who writes these things. Dual PhD, communication and political science. So, educationally not a lightweight. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of earlier. But I'm probably bringing it up somewhat out of sequencing to what we were talking about. All right, guys, what do you think? Should we call it a night? It's midnight. Don't you guys have another channel to be at? Something like that. Well, as long as conflict stays over there, it's less likely to break out here on a large scale. Well, what kind of conflict are you talking about? Because the initial wave of pain hasn't even reached us yet. Ah. Most interesting book that I've ever read? Tracy asks. Oh, that's interesting. Most interesting book I've ever read. That's a good question. I'm thinking. You can here all you want. See you later, Ore Prepper. Thanks for hanging out. Most interesting book I've ever read. That's a really hard question. I've read a lot of really good books. I've read a lot of really shitty books, too. I don't know. Rape of the Mind is coming to mind. I thought that was really interesting. There is, I don't know. I have my favorites in all different type of genres. You know, do we want to separate out fiction, nonfiction, religious texts? There's some really old. There's some really interesting parts of the Quran. When I was in Egypt, I got a certified dual language English and Arabic Quran that was certified by the Egyptian Ministry of, Islamic Studies. And why that was important, it was a hard book to find. I'd been looking for one for a long time because the Islamic world, the Arabic language doesn't have, as far as their old language, doesn't necessarily have clean idea transitions between some words. There's some, it's hard to describe, but there's some phrases in Arabic from the original writings of the Quran that don't neatly translate into English. Like there's no bridge to to make the gap between the idea. You know, kind of like there's some languages that, like German, Schadenfreude, we don't have an English word for that, but it's basically the joy of someone else's suffering, Schadenfreude. And there's some parts of the Quran that are very interesting in the context of what I knew about other religious texts from the time and how it related to different points in the Abrahamic religion, things like that. Good night, Leslie. Thank you for hanging out. See, a lot of you guys are starting to peel out. It's past midnight. It's past the old timers' bedtime. I'm kidding. Let's see. Some other ones. There was a book about when Chernobyl, when the HBO special came out about Chernobyl, which was a really good show, even though it was dramatized or whatever you want to call it. I'd have to go in and pick the book off the shelf, but there was a really good book around all the people involved in the Chernobyl Pripyat nuclear accident, and basically ended the Soviet Union. Oh, we have an EAM brought to you by Mountain Dew. Boo. 30 character. This EAM is brought to you by Mountain Dew and Applebee's Steakhouse. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself in the chat there. Yeah, Chernobyl is a really interesting story, and all the different. There's several accounts out of Russia during the nuclear age, and I don't know if the same equivalent has been published here. It might still be top secret or secret. Point of. National pride or national embarrassment or whatever, but you can go back in history during the Cold War, and there was a handful of times where one Soviet officer refused to basically launch a all-encompassing nuclear strike against the United States because they had different glitches. And, a lot of times those officers, they, in later life, after the Soviet Union had fallen, pretty much died in poverty and unappreciated. But there's many accounts that came out of the Soviet Union after the fact. Not many, but a few. One's enough for me, where one officer said, "I don't trust the computer, we're not launching." And he was the only thing that stood in the way. So I find a lot of the stories out of the old Soviet Union during the Cold War fascinating, because it was two different worlds for sure, and not much stood in the brink, if you ask me. But basically, there's one in particular where I think the Soviets had rolled out a new radar platform integrated. At the time it was probably punch tape computers or punch card computers, that kind of level, very rudimentary stuff. But it basically interpreted some high clouds in the Arctic as a full-on launch of the U.S. nuclear arsenal toward Russia, and the computer's recommendation was to launch everything the Soviets had in response. And he wasn't even that high up, like maybe our equivalent of a lieutenant colonel or something like that on our side. And he said, "No, I don't trust it. There's no verification. We're not doing it. We're not pushing the red button." And he could have, at that time, in the Soviet nuclear doctrine and command and control, he could have, and he refused to, under immense pressure from subordinates, and his immediate commander refused to launch a return strike against the United States. And if he had, many of us would have never been born. Would have killed millions of people. And there's been nuclear accidents here in the U.S. PBS did a pretty good documentary quite a few years ago about an incident in Arkansas where, because of maintenance procedures not being followed, a fire had started in a nuclear missile silo, and it actually cooked off. It cooked off the rocket, but the rocket was damaged enough it didn't fly very far, and the warhead was basically laying out in a farmer's field in Arkansas. And quite a few guys died at that installation. But there was a cover-up for years, and there was people from the local towns lined up on the road watching all this activity, and they were all sworn to secrecy. It pretty much was a local Arkansas legend for a generation, and then finally, enough time had passed where it got declassified. But there's so many stories of those near hit, near misses of disaster and apocalypse of our own creation that's out there. I find a lot of those stories fascinating and hard to come by, but when I can find them, I'll usually devour them. All right, how many people we got watching? Less than 10? Has it dipped below 10? It might have. I know I'm not as entertaining as other channels. That's okay though. People seem to enjoy it, the ones that are here. So.
Just taking that over the test count. 1, 2, 3, 3, 1. Just taking that over the test count.
Yeah, okay. We're down to less than a dozen eggs in the basket, so I'm gonna say thanks for hanging out with me tonight, crew. Let's see what our top score was. A lot of people come and go and don't, they lurk and they don't comment. I'm looking at my analytics for the live stream. There's quite a few people in and out tonight. But unfortunately, that's just how social media is. A lot of people only have the attention span of a goldfish. I'm not talking about you, crew, that's the ride or die that's been in the chat for hours. But a lot of people come and go, and they watch for a couple minutes, and they're like, oh, he said tiny hat, and they jet. Or he's talking about aliens, and they jet. He's not adding to the fart in my bubble, and they jet. You know, a lot of people just want to watch what they want to hear. They don't want to be tasked with actually thinking about stuff. So, but I appreciate each and every one of you that have been in here and commented or just listened, and maybe I ignited some curious. Well, thank you, Tracy. I love that you're here. So, yep, I'm going to call it a night, I think, crew. 4 hours, 31 minutes, 15 seconds at the mark. Thanks for being here. I'll play some music, and you couple that are here, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. I'll give you a little bit of time. But thanks again for being here. I had fun with you all. Don't be afraid to put out suggestions on things that you want to talk about in the future. We'll go down any path. Nothing is off limits. Good night. Sleep tight.